Sì. Sito. Che cosa? Ah, cattivo.
Ahí, vale. Hola, ¿se escucha ahora? ¿Ahora?
Tú escuchas bien, ¿no?
Sí, sí, se escucha perfecto, se escucha perfecto.
Escuchamos.
Bien, vale. Pues, la que se conecta online, la primera es Berien. Si hay suerte, no.
Esto es para que se controle la cámara.
lo tendré que habilitar, ¿no? Para poder... Ahora nos oirías mejor. ¿Nos oyen? Vale, si lo...
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for your patience. It's wonderful to have you here. Today we're going to be on the latest workshop from BeonNAT. It's going to be up until 1:30 p.m. Okay, and we're going to have different people here speaking about cultivating marginal lands and sustainable solutions for new opportunities. First, we have Guillermo Zaragoza from the PSA. He's going to be doing an opening and some welcome addressing, okay? So I'll give the floor to him, and I'll be here if you need me, Luis.
Y esto ya es... Ahora te vas a...
Screen.
Sí, la screen. Claro.
Completa.
La pantalla completa, correcto.
La pantalla.
¿La completa? Sí. Está ya completa.
Ya, ahora ya.
Sí. Ya lo tienes.
¿En la presentación?
Sí,
Sí,
tienes
está bien, sí.
sobre la izquierda completa.
Yes, we can see your screen. Thank you.
Great. Hello, welcome everybody to PSA, those who are in person here and those who are online. PSA is a Plataforma Solar de Almería. It's a center from CMAT. And yes, it's the main worldwide concentrated solar thermal research facility. It's focused on development, testing and development of technologies, and also solar water applications. So we cover the water energy nexus in relation to solar energy. CMAT is a public Spanish organization. It's a center for research on environment, technology, and energy. And the PSA admits that as a European large research facility, and also the Spanish ministry considers it is in the list of scientific technological research installations. Well, some historical milestones. Our story began in 1975 when the International Energy Agency decided to find a location in the world to research on concentrated solar power. That was the time of the first oil crisis. And it was an international project. It was developed in 1977. Almería was chosen, and the first tower was built here, and also the first parabolic drop concentrator field. Then that was the launching. In 1981, all the wars ended, and the formal inauguration of PSA took place. Then in 1982, a Spanish project started with our own tower. And in 1986, the structure of PSA was created. The rest of the countries left because the oil crisis was over, and it was only Spain and Germany. So for that time, it was a joint center between DLR, which is the German aerospace research, and Spain, and it was integrated in CMAT. Then several projects took place, and until 2004, when the Royal Decree for Renewable Energies was installed in Spain, the work was really what we call the dark ages, or the valley of death of research, when you're doing something and nobody pays attention. But then it happened that finally the technology was got traction and started being implemented, and plants began being being installed thanks to that decree in 2004, and in 2007 the first commercial plant was built with technology that was developed here, and so on. And in 2014 we got the evaluation the positive evaluation as an international ICTS, which is this national atlas of singular research facilities. And well, now the latest milestone is that we are we host the EU Solaris, which is an ERIC, one of the few ERICs. ERIC is a consortium of research infrastructures at the European level, and we are on concentrated solar thermal energy. We host this ERIC, EU Solaris. Okay, we have plenty of facilities and labs. We will have the chance of doing a short visit later. Our main topics are solar thermal electricity, thermal energy storage, solar process heat, solar fuels, clean water, and also critical raw materials, mostly extracted from water, but also with the help of solar energy for some future mining. And the scope and strategy, we are focused on technologies and applications of concentrated solar thermal energy and water treatment. We work on technological innovation, developing and evaluating new systems and components, cost optimization, meaning implementation of strategies to reduce the levelized cost of energy, heat, and water. Market expansion, we work very high TRL, very close to the industry, developing and evaluating new industrial applications that exploit the singular strengths that increase the potential competitiveness of our technologies, which is the dispatchability regarding the energy and the circularity in the field of water. Then we also work with administrations and sustainability regulation and standardization, aligning with the energy transition policies and the reduction of carbon water footprint, and also developing national and international standards to drive commercial implementation. And finally, we work in open innovation. We implement strategies for integrating all relevant stakeholders, covering the quadruple helix, society, academia, industry, and government, because that's the way to eliminate the barriers and ensure the sustainability of the technological implementation. And I have 5 minutes, and this is all. Thank you very much. I hope you have a good workshop. I think the topics are very interesting, and I'm looking forward to seeing your presentations if I can. And we'll meet later for the visit at 1:30.
Thank you, Guillermo. Thank you for hosting this meeting in Almería, in Tabernas.
It's a pleasure for me to.
The only desert in Europe, I think, it's true. Or no?
Well,
there are other
yeah, in Aragon,
they want.
They have another desert there, Bárcenas.
Okay. Monegros. Okay.
Monegros, and then Bárcenas, I think that's not in Aragon, but
so
there are some candidates, but this is certainly the biggest.
But this matches a lot with our presentation, with our workshop, because we are dealing with marginal land. Marginal land we are going to make a round about it, but marginal land is agricultural land that have low productions due to a lot of reasons. But this area is important amount of marginal land.
And certainly we have several types of, we have a very rich diversion of ecosystems in Almería, all very different soils and very different conditions, from high mountains to as you said, desert, sandy soils, clay soils. We have, it's very interesting from that point of view. So welcome to Almería, and welcome to PSA.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So we start with a short introduction about the marginal lands, about the scope of the workshop. You know, marginal lands are those with enough water climatic limitations that reduce their agricultural potential, represent both a challenge and an opportunity for Europe. Often located in arid, mountainous or degraded lands, these lands have traditionally been underutilized or abandoned. However, in the current context of climate change, the need for agricultural diversification and growing pressure on fertile land, recovering and adding value to these areas and become especially relevant. One of the main challenges lies in their accurate identification and mapping. Marginal lands lack of a single definition or universal criteria, making planning, management, and policy development more complex. Furthermore, identifying viable crops adapted to such conditions without compromising ecosystems requires research, innovation, and sustainable territory-based approach. This workshop brings together with researchers, practitioners, and policymakers to address these key issues. It will showcase progress in the European mapping of marginal lands and present initiatives such as BeonNAT, MIDAS, MarginUp, and ALVELAL project, which explore productive models based on bioeconomy, landscape restoration, and the cultivation of climate-resilient crops. The role of the Common Agricultural Policy as a driving force for these strategies will also be discussed. So, with no more introduction about it, I think it's enough. We are going to give the floor to the next speaker, that is Berien Elbersen. I don't know if Berien is already. Fernando
Yes.
is. Okay,
Yes, I'm
Berien.
here. I'm
Yes.
online.
She's
Good
already
morning,
here.
everybody.
Good morning,
Please,
Berien.
Luis,
Yes.
could you stop sharing your screen so Berien can share hers?
Okay. So, but
Thank you.
in the meanwhile, I want to present Berien. Thank you, Berien, for staying here because your experience is very important for this workshop. Berien is a senior research on spatial environmental assessment at Wageningen Environmental Research. She is graduated in Utrecht in geography and PhD also in geography, and she has more than 30 years experience in all kinds of projects concerning environment, agri-environmental impact assessment, sustainable land use, and is expert in mapping. And mapping marginal lands is one of the last experience and long experience of Berien. So she is participating in new projects like MAGIC, MIDAS, S2Biome, etc., etc. So the Berien's experience is very, very, very wide in this area. So please, Berien, when you want, the floor is yours. And thank you again for staying with us.
Yes. Good morning, everybody. I would have loved to join you there in Almeria, but unfortunately, I have other work, and I could not spend that time to come to you. But I'm happy to present it online. Are you seeing my screen?
Yes, absolutely.
Yes?
Yeah, it's
Okay.
a big role.
Good. Yes, I'm going to tell you something more about how we mapped marginal lands in Europe. And I'm going to present the latest results of the MIDAS project on this. So it is about mapping marginal lands for the current situation, but also for 2050, taking account of climate change.
Oh, sorry, but Fernando is not sharing. It's a role. It's not something is.
I think you have to open the Teams in order for people over there to watch it. But online we can see your screen, Berien.
But the
Yes.
team. Well,
But what do I need to do then?
No, I think Luis has to open the Teams application in his computer
it's
so
open.
that everyone.
It's
But
open.
are you sharing to the other screen that you are projecting?
Can I share?
No, I think you just have to put the Teams program over there.
So you have to shift the application from one screen to the other, maybe.
Exactly. Yes.
Let's see now. No.
Like you were doing before, because before you could see the screen that everyone was looking at. So
No.
there you go. That's it. Exactly.
Estamos. ¿Está engancha?
Sí, pero...
Ahora se te ha ido.
Pues
Ahora lo has cerrado.
estará ahí, no, no,
Ahora has cerrado Teams.
que no, que está ahí. Aquí veo más.
No, pero
Marginal.
está ahí a la derecha, sí.
A ver, ahí. Aquí está.
Now, Berien, can you also share your screen again, please?
Okay, so you're not seeing it anymore. Oh no, you see
No.
me very big.
Yes. Yeah, because
Okay.
you are the
Yes.
start of the moment right now, so we're putting you on first hand.
It's better to put my presentation on.
There you go. Thank you, everyone.
The whole screen. Okay,
Yeah.
now.
Excellent. Thank you.
Okay, so now it's all clear. Yes, so I just go, so just to show this is the latest work of the MIDAS project that I'm presenting. So marginal lands. So the objective of MIDAS is to improve our understanding of the actual and future available marginal lands in the EU, UK, and also Serbia. MIDAS really builds on the knowledge that we already generated in a former project, which was called MAGIC. So that was the first time that we mapped marginal lands. And in MIDAS, we have taken that further and improved it, and also mapped it for 2050. The focus in MIDAS is on marginal lands in terms of biophysical constraints. And these constraints make conventional agriculture more challenging. And so also these marginal lands have a higher chance to become abandoned or degraded. So we are following this definition of FAO's CGR. That marginal lands are having limitations which in aggregate have are severe for sustained application of a given use. And that goes together with increased input needs to maintain the productivity. These lands have also limited options for diversification without the use of inputs, and with inappropriate management, they can become degraded. And it is important to realize that the marginal lands are actually often overlapping with lands that are now in agricultural use. In most cases, they are in agricultural use. But what we map is agricultural lands within a mask of agricultural land that was agricultural between now and, well, between 1990 and now. So in the meantime, so in 1990, they were still agricultural lands, but in the meantime, part of these could have become abandoned. So in MAGIC, marginal lands were mapped according to biophysical factors. We identified 18 single factors, which we clustered in 6 groups of factors: adverse climate, excessive wetness, low soil fertility, adverse chemical conditions, poor rooting conditions, and adverse terrain conditions. We also corrected what we mapped for improvements in high productive agricultural land, so they have been excluded. Because of improvements, they became very highly productive agricultural land, so they are no longer marginal. And we mapped it within this agricultural mask. 1990, 2012, it was agricultural land at some stage in that period. So we're covering agricultural land in majority, but also part of those lands can already have been abandoned. This selection of limiting factors is actually, of course, building on former work from JRC. This JRC work involved many experts from all over Europe to identify areas of natural constraints. And the reason was that areas of natural constraints are actually areas that are targeted by the Common Agricultural Policy for support. So every country can map these areas of natural constraints. Spain also did that. And then you can divert certain cap payments to areas of natural constraints. The thing is with that the JRC developed guidelines to identify these areas of natural constraints, but they never mapped them. They leave the mapping of these areas of natural constraints to the member states. If they choose to target areas of natural constraints in their Common Agricultural Policy, they have to map them. And we took those factors from the JRC, further, also improved them and updated them, because we also needed to be able to map all these factors. And we also used other information about agronomic suitability of lands, like the land capability classification of the USDA, but also the Müncheberg classification that they developed in Germany, but is also widely applied. Now moving to MIDAS. So we updated what we had mapped in MAGIC with better data, and we also updated certain classes or certain thresholds. So the factors are still the same, and we also used 6 clustered factors. But what we also did was that we remapped the marginal lands for the situation in 2050, taking account of climate change. And for that, we used, the CMIP6 scenarios, the most recent SSP scenarios, and the climate change data that we used were from CHELSA. So I just go through all these factors that determine marginal lands first. The first is adverse climate, and that is determined by 2 sub-factors, which is adverse climate in terms of temperatures, low temperatures. These temperatures, they put limits to growth of many agricultural crops. As an indicator for low temperature, we use the length of the growing period. And then there's the other factor, which is dryness. And this indicator for dryness is assessed by taking the ratio of the annual precipitation divided by the annual potential evapotranspiration. And if this and the threshold for this ratio is set at 0.5. So if it's below 0.5, then we have this condition. Here you see also the maps with the mapped sub-factors. The excessive wetness means that excess of soil moisture over prolonged periods of time in fields is limiting crop growth and crop management. So access of the field with machines and the workability of the soil is limited by the lack, by very wet fields and lack of oxygen for root growth and limits to crop growth. So there are 2 factors determining the excessive water content above field capacity for at least 7 months per year, and soil drainage status. And this is a morphological more from metric parameter that reflects the combined effects of climate, landscape, and soil. There are certain soil classes that have these characteristics. And you see that it's quite a large area, but this is mainly located in mountainous areas and more northern areas, and of course also peatland, lowland peatland areas. Then you have adverse chemical condition. That's determined by 3 subfactors: salinity. Salonchak's soils and soils with a salic qualifier in the European soil map, and that they also have to cover 50% of the mapping unit. Then we have sadicity. That is also included through sodic soils from the European soil database, or with soils with a sodic qualifier. And they have an exchange complex with sodium of more than 15%. And then you have also naturally occurring toxicities in soils that have a negative effect on crop growth, and this involves acid sulfate soils. You can see that they occur. You see it a lot in Spain and also in Bulgaria and Romania, and so more to the south. It excludes contaminations that have an human-induced factor. These so contaminations by anthropogenic influences are not included here. Actually, this was addressed in the Gold project that we are also involved in, but not here. Then the next factor is limitations in routing, and this consists of 5 sub-factors, and that's also why it covers quite a large area of marginal lands. So it relates to unfavorable soil texture, coarse fragments in the soil, organic soils, surface stones and rocks, and shallow rooting depth. Rooting conditions really influence the cropping activities very strongly. So they, for example, they prevent the uptake of nutrients and water by the roots, also constrain the root growth. Then we have the last one is the adverse terrain conditions that can either be steeply sloping lands, because that is limiting for machinery, but also for water infiltration capacity. On sloping lands, you have less water infiltration into the soil and surface runoff, and that leads to erosion. And the threshold is set at slopes of more than 15%, but you also have subsevere classes where you have where it can be less than 15%, a bit less than 15%, but then in combination with other limitations like stoniness or low soil organic matter or strong dryness. And then the other sub-factor is flooding risk. And the severe class is more than 2 meter flood in 2 years return time. And for subsevere, they are more than 1 to 2 meter flood in 2 years return time. And I'm mentioning the subsevere classes because you have all these 18 factors clustered in these 6 factors, but you also have, and there we set clear thresholds, but sometimes you have situations where the threshold is just not reached, but you do have more limitations coming together. So if both limitations are on the edge of the threshold, but they come together, they in combination, they are actually also a marginal condition. So that is also in the mapping of that, we also took sub-severe classes and combinations of different limitations coming together. So now So this is the result of the updated marginal lands. So you see on the left hand, the red spots are all the marginal lands that we mapped in the updated MIDAS map. And the right-hand map, you cannot read it, but it shows many colors because you have many combinations of limitations in several places. So what was the difference between the, So what is the result? So overall, we have 32% of the agriculture area mass that we use is marginal land. And this involves more than 74 million hectares. The most dominant marginal factors are rooting, wetness, and climate. And the countries with the largest absolute area are Finland, Sweden, Ireland, Estonia, Spain, and UK. And then countries with relatively small area shares, relatively, are Belgium, Czech Republic, Luxembourg, Bulgaria, Netherlands, and France. And what you also see is that the largest marginal land area relative is in the Alpine zone and also in the upper north zone. And in the Mediterranean, it's 38%, so above the average of Europe. And in absolute terms, you see that the Mediterranean has the largest marginal land area. Well, if we compare the MAGIC and the updated MIDAS results, we see that there is in certain classes an increase in marginal lands, and also overall, we see a small increase in the area that we mapped as marginal. And that is because we use better data and we improved some indicators. But you also see that, for example, in Spain, the area, because of this update, increased a bit, the marginal land area. So this is regarding the improvement on mapping the marginal land in MIDAS. And now I move to the climate change, so the situation in 2050. So with the climate change data that we used, there are big changes, of course, in the factors that relate to climate, the marginal land factors that relate to climate and to excessive wetness. A smaller influence has climate change on adverse chemical conditions. And this happens because of pairwise combination. So where you have these situations where different factors come together with dryness, for example, and also with wetness. And also for fertility, you have changes because of pairwise combinations. It does not really, the climate change does not change the situation regarding limitations in routing and adverse terrain conditions. Except then, but they are smaller changes. So this is then the marginal land map in 2050. What we see still is that the average area share of marginal land remains 32%. But in certain zones, you do see that absolute and relative, the area of marginal land increased, like in the Mediterranean. But in all the other zones, environmental zones, you actually have a decline, especially in the north. There is less marginal land in 2050 than in 2020. And I'll illustrate that by land. So here you see that, for example, in Ireland, you have a clear decrease in marginal land between now and 2050, also for Finland. But a UK also a slight decrease. But for example, in a country like Spain, you have a significant increase. And that is, of course, related to even increased dryness. Also in Italy, there's an increase, Romania. But you also have, like in France, where it is decreasing. If you see it comparatively, so what happens is that you have the areas that were marginal in 2020, but are no longer marginal in 2050. Like here, that is 2.6% on average in the EU 28. In the Mediterranean, you actually see mostly an increase of 6.9% in marginal land between 2020 and 2050. But in absolute total area, the marginal land does not really change very much. Scandinavia is improving. Also the Alpine, Atlantic and Alpine zone, the area of marginal land is decreasing. So that is really the overall result of the mapping. What I also wanted to share with you is that we have developed a story map that is actually telling the story, the same story that I just presented. And there is also some interactive maps that you can consult. For example, this map that's available for the whole of the EU. And it shows the situation in 2020 and 2050, and you compare them by moving the slider. The right-hand side is 2050, the left-hand side is 2020. And you can move the slider over the territory. And here you see that Spain in 2050 has, of course, increased challenges with especially dryness. And that is really increasing the areas significantly. So, yes, this was my last slide. I'll leave, so you can always contact me for further questions. And please visit this link to also study the situation in the region you're interested in. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Berien. Very, very interesting presentation, and we are quite surprised what is happening in just 20 years. So I think now, if you want to ask a question, is the time for Berien.
Yes. There was a question here that Marco Buffy asked a question to Berien. It says, "Dear Berien, thank you very much for your excellent presentation. I was wondering if it's possible to incorporate the specific SOC thresholds and salinity parameters into the modeling exercise, considering the red ILUC rules, and additionally, could you use Corine labels to filter out non-agricultural lands or other filters, including lands with natural constraints, such as adverse terrain conditions? This will help provide an overview of the available areas that might meet the criteria of Annex 9, Part A for the aviation biofuels from severely degraded lands. So I'll give you the floor, Berien.
Yes. Thank you, Marco. Good to meet you online again. Yes, organic carbon thresholds are included in the marginal land mapping. So the threshold, I think, is mentioned that we use. The challenge, however, is with organic carbon is that the data is always, there is a lot of data on organic carbon levels. So we used the ISRIC map, the global soil map for mapping it. But the European soil map really provides different figures. They're always, so putting a threshold, yes, we did that. But for the red, I think we need to consider more factors to really determine what significantly low carbon soils are. So that is, I think, that is one thing. Yes, we excluded already the areas of high nature conservation value. So they have been excluded already. This is really well, no, not a high nature value farmland, but protected areas are excluded. So that is, and we can further refine that with adding other maps to exclude the areas of the red. That is, that is something that we are actually also working on in MIDAS too. Because what we are doing in MIDAS now is also matching this information with crop suitability and crop yield yield levels. So to make recommendations about the best suitable crops in every location given the different marginal conditions. But we are also mapping over the marginal lands ecosystem services. And with these ecosystem services, we are analyzing where crops, non-food crops, could actually strengthen ecosystem service provision, and where you should really have a no-go, where cropping with non-food crops or crops in general would negatively influence ecosystem services. So that is still work that we are doing in MIDAS.
Thank you. Time for another question from online or from the room. So only a question from my side, Berien. So as due to importance of soil in mapping, and taking into account that European soil databases are 1 kilometer pixel, kilometer cell. So is there any initiative at the European level to produce more detailed maps concerning soil, at least? Because I think with this resolution, it's very difficult to make plans at the level of the crops, farmers, etc. So is there any initiative in that sense?
Yes, there is, of course, the what's it called? Yeah, there's the EU soil initiative. Well, I don't remember the exact the name. I'll look it up. I'll put it in the chat later. But they are improving indeed soil data by working together with different national soil institutes. Because with soil, it had to collect information. You always have point source information where they have really collected the soil data in different locations. So you have points that are interpolated, the information from that to generate the soil maps. So you can, of course, express, so you have the soil mapping units, and for these soil mapping units, you have the information because of the different points in that soil mapping unit where you have collected real soil data. So if you are increasing the detail of presenting your spatial information, you can do that, but actually it's fake, because you can you have to always go back to the source data. But what you do see is that with satellite information, more and more soil factors are now collected. So that is improving, and in that way, you see that higher resolution soil information is generated more and more. But it's not all soil factors can be collected through satellite observations. So you still rely partly, and so the functioning of the soil system is always a combination of different soil factors that you have to bring together. Yeah. So it is improving. That
Okay.
Yeah.
So good news. Okay, very
Yes.
So thank you very much, and have a good day. So you stay with us.
Yeah,
Okay.
I see there are more very interesting presentations coming. So yeah.
Okay, so then we welcome the next speaker, that is Almudena Olivas del Rey, that is agronomist and is working at the ITAP, the Instituto Tecnológico Agronómico Provincial de Albacete. And her work focuses on efficient water use, sustainable agricultural soil management in semi-arid environments. She has participated in several research initiatives, including MIDAS project, and she will presenting some work that they are performing in Albacete concerning the MIDAS project. So please, Almudena, when you want.
Good morning. Okay, I'm going to share my screen.
Just a quick intervention here while Almudena shares her screen. Remember that you can write the questions right in the chat, or you can also open the Q&R tab, the Q&A tab, and write your questions there, just like Marco did for Berien. So keep that in mind. Almudena, the floor is all yours.
I'm sorry. Okay. Sorry for the call. Yes, one moment, please. I am going to share again my screen. Okay, can you see my screen? Could you see my screen?
Yes, we can see it now.
Okay. So good morning, everyone. My name is Almudena Olivas del Rey. I am an agronomics and researcher at ITAP, the Provincial Agronomic Technical Institute of Albacete in Spain. It is a pleasure to join you today. Even if only virtually, I truly regret not being able to attend the workshop in person at the solar platform of Almería, but I am grateful for the opportunity to participate online and to present the MIDAS project. In this presentation, I will introduce the main objective of MIDAS and how it contributes to the sustainable use of marginal land through climate resilient industrial crop. I will also share our specific experience at ITAP with industrial cultivation of guayule, a promising route for natural rubber and resin production under arid conditions. I would like to thank the organizer of the BeonNAT Workshop for this opportunity to connect, exchange knowledge, and collaborate towards a more sustainable and circular bioeconomy. So let me start by briefly introducing myself. I work within the R&D department of ITAP, where we focused on applied research to promote innovation, sustainability, and the competitiveness in agriculture. At ITAP, I am in charge of coordination of all activity related to the guayule crop, and we have over 10 years of experience with guayule, and today I will be sharing both the role of ITAP within the MIDAS project and our research journey to develop this crop at an industrial level. Before diving into details, let me briefly outline the structure of today's presentation. I will begin with a short introduction to the European MIDAS project, highlighting its objectives and how it contributes to sustainable biomass production of marginal lands. Next, I will provide some background of the guayule crop, focusing on its agronomic characteristic and historical relevance. And in the third part, I will share the experience of ITAP in the industrial production of guayule. Finally, we will look at the main byproducts obtained from guayule and the added value they can offer in a circular bioeconomy. Okay, I'm going to introduce the MIDAS project, a European initiative funded under the Horizon European program. MIDAS is the name of a project focuses on promoting the sustainable use for marginal agricultural lands across Europe. The idea is to cultivate not food industrial crops that are both climate resilient and biodiversity friendly, turning these areas into productive of environment value landscape. The project aims to create innovative and sustainable value chains for the European bioeconomy, producing bio-based material while also restoring ecosystem services and generating economic opportunities in the rural regions. MIDAS is coordinated by the Center for Renewable Energy Source in Greece and brings together 24 partners for 13 countries, including research organizations, industries, and SMEs. In Spain, the project is represented by ITAP, the University of Castilla-La Mancha, and CIEMAT. This is a great example of how agricultural innovation, climate and biodiversity combined integration can be European green transitions. At the heart of the MIDAS project is the idea of supporting the European transition to a sustainable bio-based economy. This transition requires a reliable and sustainable supply of biomass, but it must be achieved without compromises food security or environmental integrity. That is why MIDAS focuses on industrial crops that are well adapted to agricultural lands. These crops can provide valuable biomass for the bioeconomy, such as rubber, resins, or bioplastic, without competing with food production, while at the same time improving soil health and protecting the biodiversity. To summarize, MIDAS pursue 4 main goals: map and characterize marginal lands across Europe, as our colleague Berien has rightly explained, how grow climate resilient industrial crops of these marginal lands, using a farming system that are also compatible with biodiversity, produce sustainable biomass as a complementary resource to food production, and finally develop value chains and business model based on innovative bio-based products. So MIDAS adopts a resource-efficient biorefinery concept to make the most of the biomass obtained from marginal lands. The project works with different types of industrial crops, including lignocellulosic crops, oilseed crops, and a specific group of special crops such as guayule. So let's now take a close look at guayule, a special crop with a great potential for sustainable production in marginal lands. Guayule, Parthenium argentatum, gray from the Asteraceae family, is a perennial shrub native to the Chihuahuan Desert, which spans northern Mexico and the southwestern United States. This plant is naturally adapted to extremely dry conditions, poor soils, and high temperatures, making it highly sustainable for Mediterranean types climates. As a drought-tolerant, not edible crop, Guayule offers a strategic alternative to tropical rubber production, with potential to develop bio-based value chains right here in Europe. Let's take a look at the main morphological traits of the Guayule plant, starting from the root system. Guayule has a deep central root, accompanied by an extensive network of lateral roots. The stems are silver gray in color and exude resin, which is one of the commercial value components of this plant. The leaves are long, narrow, and greenish gray, helping to minimize water loss, reflecting sunlight, and reducing transpiration. The flowers are very small, yellow leaves, and grouped into a compact flower heads, as typical in this family. The seeds are tiny, dark in color, and often variable in shape and fertility. Guayule presents a set of agronomic characteristics that make it especially attractive for marginal lands. It has a low demand for nutrients and water. It grows well in poor soil, tolerates prolonging drought, and requires minimal fertilization. It is able to regrow after harvest, producing new biomass from the base, which allow for multiple harvest cycles and improve the return of investment. Guayule is naturally pest resistant, thanks to certain compounds and deter herbivorous insects. This reduces the need for phytosanitary treatment and lower maintenance cost. And finally, it is not invasive species. It does not displace native flora and is compatible with sustainability commitments in commercial system. So what is the story? Well, the story of Guayule includes 4 major development phases over the past century. The first effort began in the early 20th century, led by Mexico and the United States. It focused on the collection and selection of wheel stands, and at its peak, Guayule compounded for up to 24% of all rubber imported into the US. The second phase took place during the World War II under the Emergency Rubber Protect. This involved the US, Spain, Italy, and led to the generation of extensive knowledge of Guayule biology. The third effort emerged in the late 1970s, 30 by the oil crisis. This period saw significant improvement in rubber yield, engaged agronomic practices, and the first serious consideration of Guayule co-products. The fourth and current phase is being driven largely in Europe, with Spain, France, and Italy playing key roles. Recent progress include higher rubber yields and the valorization of co-products with industrial potentials. But the history of Guayule in Spain, the first attempt to cultivate Guayule dates back to the mid-20th centuries, especially between these dates. It began with an ambitious plantation plan covering 4,000 hectares in arid zones of southwest Spain. To manage the initiative, the same phase was created, the services for the exploitation and improvement of arid zones in Spain. The productive objective was to generate up to more than 1,500 tons of natural rubber per year, and however, the project was ultimately abandoned due to technical difficulties in the rubber extraction. With renewed interest in Guayule, Spain joined the EU Pearls project between the state but founder and the European Union's 7th Framework Program, and the goal was to identify alternative sources of natural rubber in Europe to reduce release on imports. But however, despite premature outcome, the plot was eventually withdrawn in the 2018, and the project nevertheless provide value agronomic and climate data, paving the way for the new research efforts in Spain, included the work currently led by TAP. The current situation, okay, the Guayule was established in Castilla-La Mancha as part of a public-private partnership involved ITAP, the University of Castilla-La Mancha, and Nokian Tires. This site holds the largest Guayule hermoplast collection in Europe, distributed across several experimental blobs, where 33 poor and hybrid sections are being tested. The crop has shown excellent adaptation to the semi-arid temperature condition in Spain, confirming its agronomic viability under Mediterranean climates. Thanks to its results and genetic diversity, this initiative is positioned in Spain, especially Castilla-La Mancha, as an European benchmark for Guayule research and development. For there, we launched the first field trials on Guayule, and we didn't do it alone. We will a strong collaboration with the University of Castilla-La Mancha, and very importantly, with local farmers such as Ángel García, who has been a key figure in this process, helping us validate the crop and the real-world conditions. Our work is supported by a strategic alliance with university, also technology centers, industrial companies, and local farmers. ITAD has been responsible for the agronomic research of Guayule in Castilla-La Mancha, and also before sharing our experience in detail, I would like to start with a brief introduction to who we are. The ITAB is a public research and innovation center belonging to the Diputación de Albacete in the region of Castilla-La Mancha. We focus on agronomic experimentation, technology transfers, and the technical progress in the agri-food sector. In recent years, we have become a reference center for Guayule in Europe, participating in strategic projects such as MIDAS, Guayulego, Envisoil, and among others. And we work through public-private collaboration with university, companies, and agricultural stakeholders. I thought we have become pioneers in Europe in application research on Guayule. In fact, we were the first center in Spain and in Europe to test and maintain the crop with a long-term perspective. We currently manage for more than 7 trials fields, focuses on adaptation, productivity, and agronomic conditions. One of our main goals within the MIDAS project is to improve the efficiency of Guayule cultivation on marginal lands using sustainable resource efficiency practices. We are tailoring agronomic practices for low input and low water condition in order to increase crop performance and resource efficiency. As an innovative irrigation system is being applied in dry Mediterranean regions as a sustainable alternative to conventional irrigation, and we also promote the circular use of bio-based products developed in MIDAS, applying them directly to cross-ground of marginal land. This action helps to maximize productivity while minimizing the environmental impacts. So this is one of our field trials developed by ITAB as a part of MIDAS project. The main crop is Guayule, planted at a density for 26,000 plants per hectare, using a section for AC5 from the use the Hermobank plan. The trial also includes annual crops such as a flower and industrial hemp, and this field is located in an area that meets marginal conditions, low rainfall, organic matter very low, sandy soils over 70%, loss of biodiversity. It provides an ideal scenario for testing resilient and sustainable agriculture system in real-world marginal conditions. To monitor and evaluate crop performance, we are also using a drone equipped with a multispectral camera, which allows us to assess the plant vigor, stress, and other indices of the vegetation. Why do we believe guayule is a strategic crop for Europe? First, because it's a potential to reduce dependence of imported natural rubber. Europe currently relies almost entirely on external sources, mainly from Asia, and guayule offers the opportunity to produce natural rubber locally, which strains sharply change releasing and support the European strategic autonomy. Second, it provides aid value. Guayule enables the creation of a new bio-based industrial value chains, generating not only rubber, but also resins, adhesives, bioherbicides, and other high-value bioproducts. And third, guayule promotes sustainability. It can be cultivated in dry, degraded soil with low input requirements, helping to diversify farming system and encourage more sustainable agricultural practices in marginal areas. Also, first is the perennial crop with a lifespan of up to 10 years, which means that once it is established, there is no need for annual replanting, and this reduces labor and field preparation costs for our agriculture. Second, the guayule requires much less water than traditional crops, making it very interesting in this type of regions. And third, it allows for a reduction in input cost. When established, the crop demand low levels of fertilizer and maintenance, which make it a cost-effective option for long-term land use in this type of marginal lands. So to conclude, I would like to briefly highlight the main perspective for the future development of guayule and similar industrial crops in marginal land. First, continued research is essential. We need to keep innovation in the development of high added value via byproducts derived from guayule, such as resin, rubber. Second, agricultural scale will be key. Involving local farmers and cooperatives is fundamental to expanding the cultivation of these crop in marginal areas. Third, we aim for industrialization. Our goal is to position Castilla-La Mancha as a reference region in the European bioeconomy, linking primary production with biorefineries and sustainable manufacturing. And finally, this requires a strong political impulse. It is crucial to develop public policies and funding programs that support farmers, researchers, and companies working in this field, especially in rural and climate challenges regions. To wrap up my part, I would like to underline that guayule not only has potential as a source of natural rubber, but also as a multi-purpose industrial crop with value byproducts that deserve to be explored. And on that note, I pleasure to introduce my colleague Guayente Latorre, who will now present the different byproducts obtained from the production of guayule crop and their potential application within the bioeconomy. Thanks so much for your attention. And now, Guayente, have the floor.
Excuse me, I think we cannot hear you. Can you check please the audio? It says that your microphone is on, but we cannot hear you.
No.
I
I'm
guess
sorry,
you'll do
can you hear me
the.
now?
Yes, yes. It's
Okay,
okay
so
now.
I'm so
Thank you.
sorry for
The floor
that.
is yours.
Thank you very much. Well, I repeat briefly what I was talking about. I am Guayente, PhD in Agricultural and Environmental Science and technician at ITAP in Albacete. I did my thesis on the search for applications for guayule, and now, as Almudena just said, I am going to tell you about the potential of these products obtained from the guayule crop. We cannot talk about guayule without talking about rubber. Rubber is a biopolymer formed by the union of multiple units that you can see in the screen. And it has unique properties such as resilience, elasticity, abrasion resistance, and effective heat dispersion. So you can imagine that these properties make rubber, really interesting product. The thing is that synthetic rubber exists, but it cannot perfectly match the properties of natural rubber. It does not perform as well as natural rubber, so synthetic rubber cannot completely replace natural rubber. And in fact, and because of this, the European Union has considered natural rubber as a critical raw material because it is indispensable for a multitude of applications, for example, tires or medical equipment. And natural rubber is extracted from a tree that grows in tropical climates. So in Europe, we are one of the greatest users of natural rubber, and we are 100% dependent of the importation. You may think that we are in the recycling era, and we could recycle some rubber, but the fact is that only 1% of natural rubber is recycled. So all of this bring us to the situation that in the event of a problem with the natural rubber supply, we in Europe will be in an extremely serious situation. And we are already facing this problem, or at least the natural rubber supply is already showing some alarming signs. The rubber is currently extracted from the rubber tree, or Hevea brasiliensis, which is a crop with grows in Southeast Asia. But it is facing some problems. The first one is that rubber tree will not be able to meet the demand for rubber in the near future. Rubber demand is increasing, and rubber tree is facing some problems. For example, the plantations from Southeast Asia are being removed and replaced by palm plantations. In addition, the rubber supply has high price volatility because of the instability, political and social instability in these countries, and also because it is dependent on oil prices. We have to transport the natural rubber from Southeast Asia to Europe. In addition, Hevea brasiliensis plantations are very genetically homogeneous. So they are very sensitive to pests. In fact, a few years ago, a fungus named Microcyclus ulei spread in the plantations in South America. Hevea brasiliensis is called that way because it is native from Brazil. But this pest completely wiped out the crop in South America. And of course, there is a risk that this pest spread also in Asia. And of course, in Asia nowadays, Hevea brasiliensis is also facing other pests, other fungal pests. And finally, you are probably aware of the problem we are having with allergies. In recent years, allergies have dramatically increased. They have reached 1 to 6% of the general population. And in case of the healthcare workers, it is 17%. 17% of healthcare workers are allergic to latex. And one advantage of guayule
rubber or latex is that it's hypoallergenic. It has less proteins, and people that are allergic to latex nowadays would not be allergic to, for example, guayule gloves. So guayule could therefore be a solution to very different problems. First, as Almudena said, it is a crop that grows in arid and marginal lands, and it needs few inputs. So it would be a good crop alternative in the climate change scenario in which we find ourselves. And it also could help us the problem we have in Europe with the natural rubber supply, making us to develop a value-added chains that creates wealth here, and also the cost would be cheaper, as we should not pay for so many transports. And in fact, guayule is considered one of the most promising natural rubber producing species. There is more than 2,500 species identified that produce natural rubber, and guayule is one of the two most valued. But the problem with guayule is that what has interested most, which is rubber, is also what is holding it back from entering the market. Okay, so the guayule rubber is much more difficult to extract than the bea rubber, and it makes it more expensive. So researchers, farmers are only interested in guayule when there's a problem with the natural supply from Bea brasiliensis. But guayule has much more potential because it produces in equal or even great quantities another substance, the resin, which has a lot of compounds with great versatility that could be used for many different applications that are already being studied. Another thing that could be used is the bagasse, which is the plant material that remains after the extraction of the rubber and the resin. And finally, we could also use the leaves. So far, rubber was only extracted from the stems of guayule because leaves had much less amount of rubber. But in recent studies that we are performing, we have observed that, okay, there is less rubber in the leaves, but it's still a significant amount, and also it has resins and other compounds that we are finding that could be also interesting. So now I'm going to focus on the resin because it's the most versatile part of the plant, and I will show you which compounds it has so that we can see the big opportunity we have with guayule. They are strange names, but we have sesquiterpenes, polyphenolics and polysaccharides, low molecular weight rubber, which is like the rubber, but less units are bonded, esterols, neutral lipids, triterpenoids, and essential oils. So as you can see, there are a lot of things in the resin that we could use. So if we choose to exploit all these compounds, we have the integral exploitation of guayule. We could use the whole batch to extract essential oils, which could be used in cosmetics, perfumes, or we could separate stems and leaves. In stems, we could use the rubber and the latex for well-known applications such as tires, shoe soles, sanitary products, or gloves. The stems could be also used for energy source, activated carbon, and if we don't extract the resin, it could also be used to manufacture pest-resistant boards. As for the resin, we could use it as a whole with all its compounds for food preservatives, adhesives, rubber additives, but we could also extract these components we just saw and use each of them for each of their applications. Guayulins, which are the sesquiterpenes I was talking about, they could be used as biopesticides, which were the main topic of my thesis, and they showed great performance as biopesticides, but also as antioxidant, argentins, which are the triterpenes. They are more like biomedical applications like antimicrobials, anti-inflammatory, or anti-carcinogenic esterols, also for pharmaceuticals, or low molecular weight rubber as rubber additives. Finally, the leaves, they are mainly composed by essential oils, which could be used, as I told you, for the whole bath, for cosmetics and perfumes, but they have also phenolic compounds, which are really interesting and as antioxidant or anti-inflammatory. And also the leaves could be used just simply as animal feed. And well, this is all we wanted to talk about from the MIDAS project and Guayule. Thank you very much for your attention, and do not hesitate to contact us if you want to learn more about the MIDAS project or Guayule crop. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. We have a question here from Riza Shafley. It says, thank you, Almudena. How long does this crop take to establish? An example, time to first harvest, and how does its rubber quality compare to commercially available alternatives?
Can you hear me from here?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Thank you for your question. Guayule typically takes about 2 to 3 years to become fully established. For example, in our experimental plots in Castilla-La Mancha, we observed that plants start production main full rubber content after the second year. During the first year, most of the development is focused below ground on the root system, which is essential for long-term resilience and regrowth. After that, the plant can be harvested periodically and remain production for several years without needing to replant.
Okay, thank you very much. I hope that answers your question. I think I'm gonna leave the floor to Luis, who's gonna tell you if we're gonna have the coffee break right now or if we're gonna go ahead and do something else.
Any question in the room? Or yes, one question from Raquel. I think we can use this micro.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? Yeah.
Maybe she can come over to the microphone and tell the question out loud.
Yeah, come here.
Please. Sorry to make you move, but that's the only way we're gonna hear it.
Can you hear me now?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. Just a question about which are the reasons to use rubber for biomass? In the table, you show, I don't know, Almudena or the name of the... Almudena.
Guayente.
No, Guayente. Guayente, yeah. You show a table in your presentation and propose rubber for produce biogas.
Biogas.
Yeah. So for me, it's a little...
Biogas.
No, biogas, no, the rubber. Just show me again the table, please.
Yes, one moment, yes. Sorry. Okay. Can you see it now? Yes, you can, right? Yes, some studies have been made. I'm not really an expert on this side because I've worked more with resin, but in the United States, they are studying this. I think it's like some kind of fermentation. I'm not really sure about this, but it's been cited in the bibliography, yes.
Okay, more questions? So then we have a break for coffee, 20 minutes, I think. and then we continue with BeonNAT presentation. I have moved the presentation because both Berien and Almudena were MIDAS. So then is the same project. So after the break, we continue with BeonNAT presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So for the people online, we'll be back at 11:20, okay? It's now 10:57. It's going to be 20 minutes. So please try to be here on time so we can keep track of the timing of the agenda, okay? Thank you very much. Okay, it's 11:20 now. I think it's time to get back on track. I hope you're all here.
And no, please, 5 minutes. In 5 minutes, because.
Oh, sorry, you're still drinking coffee.
So let's stay 5 minutes more because people is chatting and talking and networking.
Absolutely.
That's been very
You can use this time to start doing some networking there.
Now we are trying to share my presentation to start.
So if you want to share your screen, you just have to right next to the microphone on the Teams app on the left side. I mean on the right side. It says
I know.
Compartir. For sure.
Okay. But
yes, we can see the screen now.
You can see the screen? Okay.
Yes.
No, but
if
here
you want, you can put the
here in the room,
screen on the presentation format.
I don't know how to.
I think you have to slide the presentation to the projector screen, like you did before.
Yeah, but I didn't. Something like that.
Exactly. Yes, there you go. You were doing it perfectly.
No, I don't.
No, you have to drag it to the right side or to the left side. I don't know which screen is the one, number 1 and number 2. There you go. Yes, okay. There you go.
Okay.
And if you share that screen, then we will
now. Now it's complete.
Yes, we can see your presentation, but
in complete mode or not?
No, but we cannot see the complete screen. If you can share the entire window instead of just that screen, it would be perfect.
It's crazy. Now you see the screen? No.
No, we are looking at your actual screen and not the presentation.
Sorry, I look for it. Desde aquí casi lo consigo, pero se me escapa. Yo tengo aquí, mira, yo tengo aquí las presentaciones, ¿no?
Sí.
Todas.
Vale.
Pero ahora, para llevarlo a la mierda esa, y casi lo consigo.
Era esto, ¿no?
Sí. Sí, pero no se muestra, si vas a ir es que no se muestra.
¿Cómo que no se muestra?
No, no está.
Pero porque no está compartido, tienes que darle aquí.
Sí, está compartido, mira. Deja de compartir.
Sí, deja de compartir. Ya me gusta más ahora. Sí, sí, pero que no tiene ratón aquí.
Es que entre el ratón aquí y el ratón allí.
Es que no sepa cuándo va para acá. Sí. Vale, y aquí estamos aquí dentro.
Pantalla completa. Pones ventana. Mejor ventana. Eso es la pantalla completa.
No, ¿quieres cambiar la cosa?
Ahora vete a ver si, a comprobar si está compartiendo.
Así para que la veamos. Debería estar.
Sí, pero de GPI a esto. Sí. Fernando.
Yes, we can see your screen now. Yes.
But well, in full screen.
Can you put the full screen there?
Now you see the full screen, or you see the next?
No, we are looking just at the presentation format.
Está viendo la lista de presentados.
Claro.
Eso no es
Sabe que hay que quitar.
Esta es cosa de esto. Ocultando esto.
Ocultar vista de moderador.
Creo que es esta. A ver. Now, can you see the screen, the full screen?
We can see the presentation, but it's not in the full screen. But I think it's okay for us that we are online. We can look properly to the screen. So.
Esta es la vista del modelo.
If you want, you can share the presentation with me, and I can share the presentation so you can pass the slides.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you, but we are just seeing the presentation on the PowerPoint, not the way you see it. And so maybe just send me your presentation, and I can present the slides for you, and you just tell me when to change the slide, okay?
No, espérate. Es que es compartir. Si yo lo cambio, pero ya cambió. Tienes que presentar. Now?
Ordenador 1.
Okay, there you go. Change slides just to see if we can see the change as well. No. Maybe you can send me the presentation.
But
I think
it's
that
impossible. No, by email I cannot send you. Let's try it again. En pantalla completa.
Es que no sé por qué. Yo creo que está viendo esto.
Es que la opciones de presentación.
Sí, se la estoy cambiando de una a la otra, pero no sé.
Lo hemos hecho, sí.
Can you see the full presentation of the moderator's mode? Es que no sé por qué no lo hace. No sé si lo está viendo o no.
Sí, casi mejor que ver.
Es que no sé si lo está viendo. Porque lo que estoy viendo estoy viendo lo mismo. Aquí, tú le das aquí y puedes cambiar la vista del moderador y la presentación. Entonces, cambia de una a otra. Y yo creo que debería hacer esta. Esta es la pantalla. Y si así, déjame compartir. Vamos a hacer una cosa. Aquí, vuelvo a compartir y compartimos.
La pantalla completa.
La pantalla completa.
Creo que da menos problemas.
Mira, aquí sí, mira la pantalla 1,
claro,
ahora
ahí.
sí. Compartir.
Es que con vistas
Es esta, ¿verdad?
Sí.
En realidad.
Porque siempre esto es lo más difícil de
Es que
la jornada.
formatos híbridos los odio.
yo creo que sí. Can you see now the full presentation?
There you go. There you go.
Okay, so let's start. Gracias, thank you. So, okay, welcome again. We continue with the presentation of the BeonNAT project. Okay, BeonNAT project is, the objectives are explore the viability of the use of marginal lands as source of forest biomass production of high added value bioproducts. Following a cascade approach, BeonNAT plantations aim to improve soil fertility, organic carbon stocks, and biodiversity, and contributes to develop EU bioeconomy, creating new jobs in rural areas with risk of the population. So the project started just in 2020, and is ending just in 1 month, in the 30th of June. 5 years project, aiming to develop all those things related to marginal lands. We are 16 partners from 7 countries. Here you have the partners. So the main objectives are identify marginal lands in Spain, Germany, and Romania. That are the countries that you will see that are some plantations. Select the most suitable and underutilized tree and shrub species with potential to grow marginal lands in these 3 countries. Cultivate the species under marginal conditions by row intercropping. This is a specific system for cultivation. And prove the aptitude of these selected species to produce up to 8 added value bioproducts, and evaluate sustainability of the 8 new value chains. So the first question is the mapping of marginal land. As you can see, this morning Berien gave an interesting introduction what they are doing at this difficult task. I mean difficult task because the approach for the level of the farmer, say even region, don't give enough accuracy to decide, to take decisions. So following more or less the similar approach to Berien's showed this morning, it's true that in these countries seems to have a big amount of marginal land. In this case, we concentrate in agricultural land, because also there are some projects that they have concentrated also in forestry land. But in this case, it's for agricultural land. In countries like Spain, it's said that about 50% of the agricultural land, excluding permanent crops. This is arable lands and other categories, but not permanent crops. I mean, olive groves, vineyards, etc. It's not included here. So it's rounding 50%. In Germany, around 45%, and in Romania, 38%. Well, the challenges in mapping marginal lands are that, as I said previously, ambiguous definition of marginal land. This is the first one because, of course, many things can be taken into account when we talk about marginal land. Have you seen 18 parameters from Berien's presentation? Lack of harmonized soil and cadastral data. Because cadastral data, I think, is very important to go to the level of farmer, to the plots, to the real life, I should say. Because soil changes a lot in few space. In some meters, kilometers, incredible, but in 100 meters, you can have very different soils. And this is not reflected in the European data soil databases. And the climate and desertification models are not suitable at parcel level as well. So this is perhaps weather, climate can be better modelized, but soil is not so easy to modelize. And insufficient platform integrating these databases I mentioned with enough resolution, enough terrain and land resolution. So BeonNAT is a project that is concentrated in different bioeconomy, bioproducts from the shrub and tree species. So we are not dealing with annual crops, we are dealing with tree and shrub crops, innovative, underutilized species normally. And we concentrate in the refining and producing different products from these species. Essential oils, extracts, pulp and paper, wood boards, bioplastics, biochar, activated carbon, and absorbents for pets. So different partners specialized in these value chains are working at laboratory and pilot level to produce this kind of materials. And the approach is the cascade. So first we extract the most valuable product, like essential oils, extracts, and then we process the biomass to separate different fractions to obtain the rest of the products. So, but continuing with the soil is a big deal because we face problems like, at least in southern countries, low carbon content in the soil. So this is one of the main problems that we are facing in a lot of agricultural lands that are used for annual cereals, for example, or common rotations that are in rainfield situations that are the most abundant in Spain. Then this is a problem that is derived from many years of agricultural without adding organic matter to the soil. So erosion also is a big problem derived from this. Then the soil organic carbon is a crucial factor in these areas, in southern countries, and especially in Mediterranean areas. For example, here there is a table in which the mean values of carbon content in the soil are about 1%. In cropland, in grassland is more than 3%, and in forestland is near 4%. So, of course, this is something that is necessary to improve in a regenerative agriculture. Then climate also are important, and other biophysical constraints also are very important to talk about marginal lands, at least in Spain. This is a typical photo from a place with a lot of stones. Yesterday we were in a very stony, steep, stony, and a lot of biophysical constraint in this parcel. Innovative elements from BeonNAT project also are the way in which cultivate. I said that we use underutilized species, and we make intercropping, one line with one species and another line with the other species, and try to combine a tree with a shrub. Now we will see about this. And we use a different harvesting system to collect this, to harvest this biomass. From the beginning of the project, what we did is to make a screening of which species could be interesting for this approach. We investigate up to 16 species, and we test from lab scale to pilot scale with the different parts of the biomass obtained from this. Of course, in the first stages, we went to the wild. We have plantations, and we collect the biomass in normal situations in the origin of this species, in the wilderness. And then we made this cascade approach to obtain the products. The species, here you have, for example, the initial species, Betula, Calpinus, Cupressus, Evonymus, Populus, Robinia, Ulmus, and then from shrubs we have Caliuna, Cistula danifer, Citisus coparius, Ipophae, Juniper communis, Rosmarinus, Rubus, Spartium junjun. So a series of different species, few or seldom utilized for industrial purposes. The research work in the field trials was a design of more than 1/2 an hectare with 3 different plots, one with monocropping, as to say, one species, the other species in a monocropping plot, and in the middle, the intercropping with the 2 species, and a control area with the normal vegetation or the normal cropping system in the area. So, important for the assessment of the marginality, in this case, at the tail level in the land, not based on biophysical constraint by MAPES, but an assessment of the soil quality was made by BTU, partnered BTU, and investigate all the plots in Spain and Romania and in Germany. And the conclusion by the soil quality ratio developed by this university is, like you can see here, Belefic, just some kilometers from here, is the lowest value. So it's very marginal. You can see here the different levels of marginality. In this case, Belefic is very poor land, very poor soil. Then Lubia is the place in Soria in which we have another parcel in our center, in Sever-Sierman. And then the rest, in Germany and in Romania, all of them are better situation concerning the soil. So this is a very thorough assessment and a good indicator of how is our plot. Some important, I think, data concerning the test, because we established the plots, the cultivation with this species you can see here, and we start in the plantations at the end of in autumn, between autumn and spring, autumn 2021 and spring 2022. Just 2022 were a very, this year was very dry at the beginning in June and May, and the survival ratio were, at least in southern, in Lubia and Belefic, where these ratios were very low. You can see here, for example, in Lubia, the survival ratio with junipers was 10%. From the plantation in autumn to after the summer of 2022. So we have to take into account that these things, of course, are normal situations where we make a plantation in marginal land. So normal way to do is to replant during several years. This is normal There's a normal practice in forestry and afforestation, etc. Of course, because the first year can be very bad. The following years, we replant, and the situation were much better than the first year. So, some challenges facing the cultivation of tree and shrubs species in marginal land. Some challenges are difficulties in plantation, I mentioned. Low productivity, we're talking about very poor lands, very poor soil. So we cannot expect fast growing and big productivity. So this has to be kept into account. High production costs, if regenerative practices are applied, if we want to improve our soil, we have to do something. So this costs money. Minimal TJs also make us to have limitations in the growing, because if we don't move the soil, because we need to have more biodiversity, for example, you don't want to make TJs, then the growing is not very big. Also, with control limitation, if we want to maintain the biodiversity. Then the perennial trees and crops are less compatible with mechanized farming. And the knowledge gaps, because of course farmers are not used to manage this kind of species and this system, this crop system, this intercropping system. They need to move in lines. They cannot harvest with big machines. So all those things cost money. Okay, so biodiversity. In this project, we investigate biodiversity. And also the soil were investigated in the different plots. So we are now getting the last data from the last soil campaign to have some comparison with the 2020. It's almost 5 years, 4 years and a half, to evaluate if some changes has occurred in the soil or not. It's not long time for a soil evaluation. Okay, and after this screening of species, the decision was to cultivate these pairs of trees and shrubs. Betula and Cytisus is cultivated in Germany, and Rosmarinus officinalis and Sistula danifer here in Belefic, and Juniper communis and Ulmus pumila in Lubia, in Soria. And with this species, we have investigated, as I said, in laboratory at pilot scales, the different bioproducts. Vegetal extracts from almost all the species. After the separation of different fractions, one is a woody fraction and another is more leafy bark fraction that is more suitable for extracts. Essential oils also for this more leafy plant. Bioplastics through the PLA obtention through a complex process of pretreatment, enzymatic hydrolysis, fermentation, lactic fermentation, and then PLA production. Also, very complex process because the biomass of the different plants are also very different. We have conifers. Juniper is a conifer, for example. We have broadleaves and we have shrubs that perhaps nobody has investigated before how to produce this process with these biomass types. So then biochar is performed by record and activated carbon by EnviroHemp. And in this project, the activated carbon is produced using the biochar. They are not producing activated carbon just from the biomass, but from the biochar produced previously by record. So this process has been very interesting because the activated carbon through the biochar has very good quality in terms of bed, in terms of area, and in terms of porosity. So in this sense, the results has been very interesting. Also pellets for absorbents for cats. In this case, it's pets, but the company tells us that is a partner in the consortium is working with cats. They produce absorbent for cats by bentonite or other kinds of mineral absorbents. And in this case, they are very interested to produce organic absorbents for the cats. The production has been based on the different species, but also in the mixing some additives like the essential oils, encapsulated essential oils, and also some activated carbon and biochar in small proportions in the absorbent. And finally, good pulp and particle board is common bioproduct from the woody part of the biomass, with also some interesting results with the particle board. Even in terms of the reduction of the need of the adhesive. The other question that we are investigating in the project is the market for all of the bioproducts we are working on. So, for example, investigate the different the volume of the market for each product. That is not easy because in some cases, like in some essential oils, it's difficult to know which are the dealers. Some data in internet and in the market assessment are not accurate. So, for example, with pulp and paper or with other bioproducts, is easier, but not with others. So we are still working to define the final situation of some markets in the project. And I go to the conclusions, not to extend a lot. And the positive findings in this project is that marginality of many agricultural lands can be reduced by adopting mixed plantation of tree and shrub species, because we have seen now that the improvement, we have to conclude with the soil, etc., but we have seen improvements in soil and also in biodiversity. Also, there are possibilities of using underutilized tree and shrub species because this system permits, as I said, increasing the value of the ecosystem services. So in that sense, we can have like regenerative agriculture in this kind of plantation. And some species has been identified as promising because some of the research bioproducts are interesting and can be marketable. Betula pendula, Ulmus, and Cytisus, for example, Cistula lanifer, appears to be in some of the products very interesting for the market. But there are things to solve also. The species can be promising, but the high cost and these practices and the low production are very important problems. These constraints reduce productivity, complicate with control mechanization, and require a specific agronomic knowledge. So, of course, some products obtained from underutilized trees and shrubs lack established value chains and market recognition, and even regulatory issues. So some of them, like can be used for feed, for feed additives, for example, needs to be approved. So this is a long way to be approved. Existing agricultural policies such as CAP fail to incorporate these crops into the support portfolios. Then this is a blind spot. So we need to put this in the knowledge of the people that is in the agricultural policies to incorporate new possibilities with this species. And bringing these gaps requires market development strategies, new incentive mechanisms, and the integration of non-conventional species in the sustainable frameworks. So I hope this project can serve for this. This can serve for demonstrate that we have some other species, not the more conventional species that can be introduced in the market. And that's all. Thank you for your attention. Now let's see here.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't know if there's any questions over there in person. Maybe someone has something to ask to Luis. But
yes.
Anyways, here in the chat, we don't have any questions. So,
okay, any question here in the room? All is clear. So then we pass to the next speaker, that is Jerónimo González. Jerónimo González Cortés is a Doctor of Agricultural Engineering and is researcher at CICITES, Centro de Investigaciones Científicas y Tecnológicas de Extremadura. He specializes in sustainable agriculture, focusing on agroforestry systems and land restoration. And he has worked on numerous research projects, including MarginUp, that is also a very interesting project concerning the marginal land utilization. So, Jerónimo, please.
Vete aquí, sí, hay que abrirla. Ahí, Jerónimo. Ahí. Estábamos.
Ahora está bien.
okay, we can now see your screen. Thank you very much.
Hello. Hello. First,
Hello.
Thank you for the invitation to the workshop of the project, BeonNAT project. I am a researcher in the CICITES. CICITES is the Centro de Investigaciones Científicas y Tecnológicas de Extremadura. The research center has got 4 different centers in Guadalajara, the main one, the Instituto de Investigaciones Agrarias, the second in Badajoz, in TAES, Instituto Tecnológico Agroalimentario, the third one in Mérida, Instituto del Corcho, Cork Wood and Coke, wood coke. And the last one is the Centro de Agricultura Ecológica de Montaña in Plasencia, in the north of Extremadura. I'm going to talk about the MarginUp project. It's an European project. The title is Raising the Bio-based Industrial Feedstock Capacity of Marginal Lands. The specific needs of the of this project, we need to increase the biomass in Europe by using marginal lands. Also, we have to increase the farming system resilience by adapting them to climate change and water stress. Also, increase bioeconomy and European competitiveness with the creation and optimization of new bio-based value chains. The most important question of the project is bio-based optimization of new bio-based value chains, as you can see now. And also increase opportunity in rural areas to stop abandonment of the land, which also fosters desertification. The project with 5 different use cases in the European Union, in the north, in Sweden, about, you can see later, about biodiesel, in the south, the Mediterranean with Spain, with fiber crops, and in Greece, in mainlands, and in center of Europe, and north, in Germany and Hungary, with new generation of knowledge and exploitation and open innovation. This is quite important for the project too. Open innovation we have to develop. The state of the art, we want to change this. In the case of cropping and harvesting technology, we have to move from TRL3 to 7. In Spain, we studied fiber extraction, treatment and processing for construction panels with natural fibers, hemp and kenaf crops. In use case in Greece, we are training MDF manufacturing technology with wood crops. In Sweden, country, we study biodiesel production units in the north of Sweden. It's quite difficult to cultivate there. In Germany, we're processing of crops and vegetation from fens. It's quite different from Spain. We have a lot of problems with water. Here in the south without water, and there in Germany with a lot of water in the soils. Okay. In Hungary, we study the biorefinery for oyster mushroom with good crops too. Always changing from lower GRI to up GRI, from 5 to 7, from 6 to 7, and so on. I'm going to talk now about our use case of Spain. Why use hemp? Present and future. What happened with hemp? And also kenaf. Hemp, cannabis sativa, an industrial crop, and kenaf is an experimental crop too, and both are fiber crops. Traditionally, hemp fiber has been used in textile, paper, and construction industries before being replaced by synthetic fibers, by plastics too, in the last century. You know, in the mid of the last century, we moved from the use of natural fibers to plastic. Nowadays, the demand for hemp fiber in the US and the European Union has increased significantly, as you can see. From the area in the European Union has increased from 22,000 hectares in 2016 to 32,000 hectares in 2022. Also, the European Parliament recently relaxed the regulation by allowing a higher THC level in registered varieties of industrial hemp from 0.2% to 0.3%. It's quite important for the number of varieties we farmers can use in their fields. Okay. What happened in Europe? France is the country with highest number of hectares with hemp. About 78% of the EU total in 2022, about more than 122,000 tons. We use in the European Union more fibers in textile, clothing, paper, and hemp seed in food. Increased use in the construction industry is quite important for the construction industry. First example in France, but we can study here in Spain to use with companies, as you can see later. For instance, hemp crepe. I don't know if you know the hemp crepe. In France, they use in houses. It's a mixture of concrete and hemp fiber, short fibers. Okay. In Spain, it's cañamiza. You can see, you can use also in the development of bioplastic and the replacement of fiberglass with hemp fiber in the automotive sector. What happened with the crop in our MarginUp project? We study in the north of Extremadura, in Coria, Cáceres, and in the tobacco area. We have to use as a rotation crop with tobacco and corn, because we can improve the soil, the biodiversity, use less water and use less pesticides, and we obtain higher yields after hemp crop. Okay, you can see a picture in La Vera, Campo Arañuelo, in Extremadura region. I show you some pictures about this crop of last year. You can see another picture of hemp crop in Extremadura. More. Okay, now I'm going to show you a video about a company in France that used the fibers of hemp to separate long and short fibers and use in different materials, bioproducts or biomaterials. Okay, you can see here is a company. They use the fibers of hemp. They pack, they obtain bales, and you can see the long fibers there. They harvest and they store first the bales, and after that they separate long and short fibers. Only with mechanic machines to separate long and short fibers, and they use in different products, bioproducts. You can see the different machines they use. They're saying short fibers. These are short fibers. These are long fibers. This is the company and the crop. I showed you this company because it's quite important to know that it's a real company with benefits and so on. In the European Union, we use this example for what we can do in the Extremadura region. Okay. They obtain different products, for example, for pets, okay, pets, the short fibers. The long fiber is the highest price of the bioproducts, and the short fiber is the lowest one, okay? Okay, the European project, MarginUp, European Horizon project, cultivation, the name, the title is Cultivation of the Industrial Raw Materials on Marginal Lands. We want to development of a sustainable and circular value chains to produce bioproducts, climate resilient, biodiversity friendly crops on marginal and low productivity lands with 5 countries, as you can see there in the slide, and plus 2 countries more in one is South Africa and the other one is Argentina. The Spanish use case, the different use cases. We are going to know something about our use case in Spain. We work with hemp and quena crops with different partners in Spain. CICITES, our research center. COPAL is a cooperative of farmers in Korea. Ambienta is a consultory. CETAIS is a non-public research center or technological center. And modular home. Modular home is quite important because we study from the sow of hemp and quena up to the use. Modular home work with it's a company, it's a construction company. We work with the production of precast panel. Instead of use concrete and plastic, they want to use concrete and natural fibers. In our case, hemp fiber. Okay. We study from the fiber crops development, fiber processing, and manufacturing of modular panels. We close the loop from the crop to obtain precast panels. With the dust we obtain, we study biogas production and biofertilizer. After biogas, we obtain biofertilizer to use again in the fields. This is our use case. This is the Extremadura region in the north, near Plasencia in Coria, Cáceres. During 3 years, 2024, 25, and 27, hemp and quena crops are being tested on 2 plots in Coria area. Surface about 2 hectares per year, divided into 4 subplots of 0.5 hectare each. You can see different years. The first one, 2024, corn without rotation in the same plots or subplots each year, as you can see, and hemp, quena, and corn with rotation, we change every year. Okay, And we study what happened with the yields, with the soil, and so on. The work in modular system global is to train precast planners. As you can see there, this is the a sample of the bioproduct, the last bioproducts. You can see, and we obtain also long fiber. Precast concrete panel we study with long fiber, short fiber, and the whole stem of the hemp. Okay. Now we are going to show the vegetative cycle of hemp in our condition in Extremadura, from sowing, the different months of the year, the development of the plants, the height about 2 up to 3 meters. And after that, we have cut and harvest the stems. After dry, as you can see in the slide, work with the use of the biomass, harvest the biomass. You can see here another picture, and in the company, in this case in Copal, the cooperative of farmers. Okay. After that, the modular system global use these samples to prepare different precast panels. Now I'm going to show you another video about another possibility in France, innovation. Not only precast panel, we can prepare also textiles. Only as example, I'm going to show this video from France. Not it's the MarginUp land, MarginUp project. Okay, you can see the long fibers. They study to prepare textiles. They came from the field to separate long fibers and short fibers, but in this case, to obtain the crop, the harvest, 2 fractions of the stems. After dry, in the field, we can separate in the company and use to obtain textiles, as you can see here. In our conditions in Extremadura, we can work with hemp without problem, with hemp crops, and we obtain higher yields, sorry, about 6 to 8 tons per hectare. Okay, that's all I want to talk to you. Thank you very much. Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much, Jerónimo.
Okay.
I don't know if you have questions for Jerónimo back there in the room, or if we have questions here in the chat. I don't see any, so.
Sorry, 1 minute. I only want to show here in person something.
Another possibility is to use to obtain long fibers to obtain bioproducts. For instance, this one, we mixture cardboard reuse, recycle with hemp fiber, long fiber, 50 and 50% with water, and after that we obtain this product. here in Extremadura. Okay, that's all. Thank you.
This is for this.
Of course, why not?
Okay, it's nice.
Okay, thank you. Now we have a change of the agenda here.
Here in the room is a question.
Oh, sorry for that.
Fernando,
Go
is a
ahead.
question.
Finlands are also marginal lands.
Come here, please, Irene.
Sorry?
Finland?
Yes, in Germany, yes.
Yes.
In Germany, yes.
Because of an excess of water.
Yes, they are.
Okay.
Not here in Spain.
And they are
But in
marginal.
Germany, yes, yes.
Okay.
It's a marginal land.
And
yeah.
what's the limit between long fibers and short fibers?
The limits?
The size limit. Where?
It's quite different, the long and short fibers in the stem. The outer part is only long fibers, and the rest is good short fibers. It's quite different.
And long are 1
About
meter, for instance.
30% of the stem are long fibers.
But no, Irene said this long fiber is
in size.
half a meter or
No,
2 centimeters.
No, you have to study in the microscope.
Okay, depending on the part of the plant, you obtain long or short, but it not
Yes.
1 meter and
No,
5
no.
centimeters. Okay.
No, it's a small level. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
No problem.
Okay. Any other question? Is something online? Someone there or not, Fernando?
No, we don't have questions here online. I was just
Okay.
gonna tell you that we're gonna do a little change in the agenda. We're gonna go with the presentation of Tomás first, and then we're gonna do the presentation of Miguel Ángel. Okay. So
Thank you very much.
thank you for letting us do that, Miguel Ángel. Now I'm gonna share my screen because I'm gonna share Tomás's presentation, and you please tell me when to move the slides and all that. Okay. Now, so yes, just give me a second here so I can share my screen. Okay.
So I'm going to introduce Miguel Ángel. Sorry, Miguel Ángel. Tomás. Tomás is Doctor Agricultural Engineering, is senior research at the Spanish National Research Council, the SIC, specialized in agricultural economics and policy. So his work focuses on common agricultural policy, rural development, and the food system in Europe. So today, he will give a presentation on marginal lands and the common agricultural policy. Tomás, please.
Well, many thanks first, and I think it's an issue which has already been touched by several of the previous participants speaking about the CAP, and I would like to have an historical look from where we were, where we are, and where we could be in the future. Always focuses on marginal land because it's our topic today. Well, you know, the CAP is born as a productivist policy in the 50s, and we see in the next slide it was an imbalance policy, an imbalanced policy with high internal prices and border protection for the main European product, but a very limited border protection for a huge list of products who were not produced in Europe at that time, such as oil feed in particular, manioc, gluten feed, and so on. As we see in the next slide, this had major consequences in the long term. High seller prices made pushes marginal land to be cultivated. and our cereal was expensive as compared with import product, we have seen a move, an historical move of the intensive livestock farming from the inside to the outside, to the port areas, where they had major access to import product. Which means we broke the link between agriculture and livestock, which was the main characteristic of the farming systems up to the mid 50s in Europe, and marginal land were mainly cultivated by cereals and sunflower seeds in the south. This has also consequences on the competition between intensive livestock farming and extensive livestock farming, in particular in the beef industry, giving a huge comparative advantage to the intensive farming system, and this promoting land abandonment or shift from grassland to cereals. Well, it was a dramatic situation at the end. At the end of the 90s, at the end of the 80s, each year the production of cereal was increasing by 2 million tons and the consumption of cereal was decreasing by 2 million tons, which was creating a tremendous budget, economic, and imbalance situation. Is why we had the McSharry reform in '92 with a massive cereal price decrease. And here is the first time in the CAP where we spoke about marginal land, when we discuss about set-aside. The Commission proposed a compulsory set-aside in order to avoid a concentration of the set-aside in the marginal lands. They was wanting to promote rotations and to distribute the set-aside land all around the territory. In practice, during the negotiation, the member state imposed also a non-rotational set-aside, which concentrate a huge part of the non-cultivated land, of the set-aside land in marginal areas. Another element which were discussed is the compensatory payment based on an historical average yield. Obviously, to be calculated on an historical average yield was consolidating the big advantage of productive land as compared with marginal land, but it was also stopping the continuous increasing gap between the yield in marginal land and in productive land, where we are seeing either the marginal land yield was more or less stable, when at the moment where the more productive area had an increased yield. When you make an historical average calculation, you are blocking the support on the current gap, yield gap, but no more increasing the support following the increase in the marginal gap. Well, it's not quite satisfactory. It would have been better to have more support in marginal land, or at least more proportionally support in marginal land than in productive land, because they were less in need of support, but it was a way, midway, as often it happens in the negotiation, midway between what would be desirable and what would be possible. Another issue on marginal land is the reforestation, which was a complement in order to give a way of development or a way of future for those areas who were cultivated with cereals when prices were high and now could risk to be completely abandoned. Reforestation was a possible additional solution given to marginal land. In all cases, it was the first time marginal land was discussed at political level. Well, this, and we see it in the next slide, this has major consequences on marginal land. The EU forest expanded by approximately 10 million hectares, and on the same time, it was estimated that we had between 9 to 10 million of hectares of marginal land. Well, this opens the debate on land abandonment, where coming from the GRC study, who were already quote this morning, we see in the next slide the distribution of land abandonment per member state, and we see in the next slide the countries which are more affected by this land abandonment, and well, obviously Spain is, as has already been said this morning, Spain is one of the main, is the main, followed by Poland, including France, UK, and so on. And if we look more in detail, and I have taken the cases of Spain, we see also the distribution per region, and what we can learn from this second graph, from the land abandonment per region, is that the relevance of the land abandonment is not mainly related to the historical cultivation, as we could have seen before, but it's mainly driven by the structure of the property. And where we had a very small farm with a lot of spot of land and so on, which means mainly in the north of Spain, in the Cornisa Cantábrica, and in Galicia in particular, we had the major share of land abandonment. For me, it was one of the new elements. The structure of the ownership of the land, the structure of the exploitation, is even more relevant than the productive orientation of the land. Well, this is in the past. Now, if we move to today and to the future, we can speak about the possibility which are now open for marginal lands in the current CAP. And as far as we know what is in the kitchen of Brussels, this will continue to be a reality in the coming CAP, whatever will be the coming CAP, and when will be the coming CAP. We have possibilities we see in the next slide. In particular, the big issue in the previous to this one, please. the previous issue of the internal convergence. As we said at the beginning, the support for farmers, the income support for farmers was based on historical data, which means that the more rich and more productive area were receiving more direct support than the marginal land. This was not new. This was a continuation of the support were given by the market before, but it was a reality. We succeed, as I explained, to stop this evolution, but we consolidate this ranking of support per land. Well, there is a process now of internal convergence, it's called, internal convergence of basic payment, which is softening the link between the historic yield and the support, and is transferring step by step support from the most productive area to the marginal land, depending on the member state, depending on the way it's done. In some member states, this convergence has been done quite quickly, even immediately. In Denmark, for instance, it had been done step by step in Germany, and perhaps one of the countries where the process is slower is Spain, where we still have 20 different so-called regions which consolidate this historical distribution of payment. There have been change, there have been move, there has been a decrease of the most productive area payments and an increase in the less productive area payment, but there is still a long way to go in order to move to a more sound, and I would say logic distribution of this direct payment. We can ask the question why the most productive area, which has a bigger market income, should continue to receive the bigger also public income. And if, as the Commission is promising now, the support has to be to those who are more in need of this support, clearly farming and alternatives in the marginal land should be more in need than the best productive area in Europe. It's an issue which is in discussion and will strongly be on the table of the next negotiation. Well, there have been another step in the good direction with the eco scheme in the next slide. The eco scheme is a new system which is quite different. It's close and different to what was happening before. Before, the support for what we call the greening was a percentage of the total income support of the farmer, which means that if you are in a quite productive region, the support you received for your greening activity was quite relevant, important. Now with the eco scheme, it's a lump sum payment, which means that for the marginal area, this lump sum payment is more relevant than for the more productive area. As percentage of the total income support in marginal land, the eco scheme are quite more relevant and important, therefore represent a move of the public support from the most marginal land, from the most productive land to the less marginal land. to the marginal land, and this is a move in the way to give support to those who are more in need. Well, the activities which are supported by eco scheme are in general
Sí, pero llegó al
positive.
Mercadona, tranquilos.
There is a problem with the connection. Well, is there a problem with the connection?
I don't think so, no.
Okay, because I heard several people speaking and I was afraid there were a problem. Okay, extensive grazing, land coverage, biodiversity, island, sustainable mowing, all that are activities which in principle are more favorable to marginal land than, or more easy to develop in marginal land than in non-marginal land. But there is huge more possibilities which are given, and often the member state have not make full use of it. We were speaking about this morning about new cultivation or new possibilities. There is a huge margin of maneuver to introduce new cultivation, new crops, new alternatives, new way of doing things in the system, if the member state wish. We can criticize the lack of control from Brussels or imposition from Brussels of those measures, but looking to the huge diversity of what Europe is today, what Europe farming is today, it makes more sense than this kind of flexibilities, novelties are managed at more local levels than Brussels, at national and even regional level and so on. And there is a huge margin of maneuver, not only on agro-environment payment, but on agroforestry, on silvopasture, on measures to prevent erosion, to maintain soil quality. Soil is becoming one major issue, which is now discussed in the CAP as had been discussed this morning. And again, it's a new element. I think it's the first time really that soils are part of the political discussion. Maintaining traditional landscape, terrace, and so on. This means there is huge possibilities which are already open, and in my point of view, we will have even more possibilities in the future if there is a political will at national level to do something for rebalancing the support on marginal land and mobilizing the potentialities, not only for farming, for rural development, for environment, the possibilities and the opportunities for marginal land. Well, on that, we can advance in the discussion, saying, as in the next slide, that a future is possible, but is not certain. We need to develop a global vision of the territory. There is now a huge discussion on marginal land and energy, renewable energy, and so on. We really need to have a global view of the territory and where we want to be in 20, 30 years. Which landscape, which rural world we want to have in the next 20 years, where we want to be, where we want our children to be living in the next 20 years. This is, for me, the need of a global vision is perhaps the more important element we need in order to make compatible all the current pressure we see on rural and in particular marginal land. We see proposal for using marginal land for urban wasting, urban waste recycling, for circular economy, for renewable energy. We have all this debate on rural tourism and the big farms, about rural tourism and solar or energy, solar or wind energy. We really need to have a global view in order to avoid a complete disaster based on individual actions taken by landowners in some part of the territory without having this global view, without discussing with the neighbors, without discussing with the public opinion and so on. The global vision for me is key in order to know where we want to go. There is no good wind for the sailors who don't know where they have to go. And today, my feeling is that there is no clear vision where we want to go with rural area, with rural landscape, and with marginal land. The second issue is after this negative or pessimistic affirmation, in the next slide, we see that the future is possible too. There is a lot of research which is done, and well, this program and this project is one of the major projects which are running, but there is a lot of projects which are there, and but we need to reach farmers and politicians with our conclusion, at least on the large scale of what we have succeeded today. And for that, for farmers, we clearly need advisory services which are strongly linked to the territory, adapted to the reality of the marginal land and dry land, and transferring research, the result of the research into realities, in concrete realities for the farmers and the landowners. On the politicians, we need to be able to sit them around the table and to look to the future, not to the next 3-4 years until the next election, but to the future in 10 years. And well, this can be done. In Spain, we are contributing from the academy to the evaluation of the application of the CAP in Spain. This is the first time there is a concrete link between the administration in charge of applying the CAP and the research centers. It's the first time it's happening. It means at least there have been a political will to accept scientific evidence in order to implement, develop, correct, and evaluate the policies, but there is still a lot to be done, both in the mentality of the politician, which we have to accept the opinion of the uncontrolled scientist, but also on the scientist, which has to understand that they have to present the result in a way which is understandable by the political actors, and so on. In much more, and we see it in the next slide, much more can be done for attracting young and new residents in this area with new initiative, new life, new thinking, new opportunities. And this is not mainly on farming, it's on rural service, on communication, on internet connection, on rural car sharing, even on a rural Tinder, why not? On housing facilities. Young people who want to come to the village don't find a place where to be because the houses, even if they are empty, are not available, are not on the market. There is a huge possibilities and needs, and this fresh air, fresh blood coming from outside will multiplicate the opportunities and the possible actions for all the rural area and also for the marginal lands outside the classic scope where we move traditionally, which is some few crops and some trees. Well, just to finish this presentation, I hope I've been on time and not abused of my half an hour. We wrote an article on marginal land, proposing a strategic plan for dry land, mainly in the center of Spain, in the two Castillas, where we present a list of possible actions and so on, which are completely online with what I just said now, but well, adding some other elements such as seed research and so on. What perhaps is new as compared with the article is this, and I will end reinforcing this thinking. We need a global view. We need to look to the future. We need to know where we go in order to be able to go there, to have the good winds who will bring our Navy where we want to be. Many thanks.
Thank you, Tomás. Very, very interesting presentation. And some things I start to comment with you. The need to reach farmers. Scientists need to reach farmers, of course, and politicians. But sometimes perhaps is the hardest thing that we observe because I remember when I was a child that there exists something called Extensión Agraria. You remember? So now this disappeared many years ago. I think this was like a connection with the advance of the agricultural systems and ways to do between some way the science and the farmers. But now it is disappeared, and I think sometimes must be like ALVELAL example associations who are carrying out interesting things, but not this global vision that you mentioned that is important. I think is lack. What is your opinion?
The global vision is relevant, obviously, in particular for politicians. But I think we have also to learn from the failure of the past. The service we had in Spain extension Agraria, the support service, was mainly the technicians going to the farmer to explain what they have to do. Today, I think the modern systems are more based on promoting exchange of view between the farmers and the exchange of experience and the promotion of the good practice where they are, instead of the scientists coming to explain the truth, the revealed truth to the farmer, to the ignorant farmer who don't know what they have to do, which was caricaturizing clearly, but was more on line with the historical way of extension. Now I think the core, the core of the job has to be done promoting the exchange of information with the farmers, plus very good initiatives, the innovation groups, which have just been developed recently by the European Union, which met together scientists, farmer, industrialists, and so on to start looking to which are the problem and which can be the solution. This group is a second leg, which I think is needed, but mainly, but I think we need to empower farmers, to listen to them, to understand which are their problems, to understand which are the solutions they are looking for, which are the solutions that some of them have already found, and extend this experience, this positive experience, this good practice, extend this good practice. It's quite more efficient than the Pastorian revelation of the truth we often do as scientists.
Okay, so is there any question in the room? And Fernando, in the online, you have any questions?
Not from this side. I think we can continue to the next speaker.
Okay, Tomás, thank you very much.
It's been a pleasure. I stay with you still a moment before as much as I can before my next meeting.
Okay, so
thank you very much.
It's a very interesting meeting. Congratulations.
So we continue with the last speaker, that is Miguel Ángel Gómez Tenorio. Ana, ya te contratamos ya. Miguel Ángel Gómez Tenorio, Doctor Agricultural Engineering, is a project coordinator at ALVELAL Association. This is from Almería.
Almería in Andalusia, north of Murcia, Almería, Granada.
Okay, they specialize in sustainable, working closely with the partners and local communities to implement sustainable management practices.
Yes.
Okay.
So I am the technical manager of regenerative agriculture in the association, and I am working in University of Almeria in agronomy department and agroforestry.
Okay, so I think to conclude is very interesting because
I don't know.
to go down with the reality and to make business in the farming.
I will be as quick as possible. Yes, this. And then I show overwork, and if the people some question, maybe it's better for mail. Okay. Good morning, and thank you for considering me in this meeting. I am Miguel Ángel Gómez, the technical manager of regenerative agriculture in ALVELAL. ALVELAL is an association and located in the south of Spain, in the area of south of Spain, between Granada, Almería province, and north of Murcia, with around 1 million of hectares, and we are working to development a new scale of agriculture and change the model of productivity, and we development a landscape restoration in general. Is the most important area of almond crop with dry land in the world, with close to or around to 140,000 hectares with dry land. There are other crops, but the almond crop in dry land is the most important. Okay, there are other olives, cereal, but in this 1 million of hectares, around the middle is agriculture surface. The other is natural area. The main problem in this area is we located in semi-arid condition. With the soil fertility is low, the level of organic matter in average is not more than 1 point. There are others with a slow level, not more than 0.5. The rainfall is the average is not more than 200, 300 millimeters. This year is very well, but 2 and 3 years ago, for development this all type of agriculture, conventional, organic or regenerative agriculture, we need a minimum of rainfall. Without water, it's not possible anything of type of agriculture. But this is the main problem: the loss of soil. There are a lot of erosion, and the population of this area. But we development or ALVELAL started 10 years ago. It's maybe the most important initiative or project in Spain with development regenerative agriculture, but with a vision in productivity, and then I explain better biodiversity, etc. But it's a commercial initiative, because if we need to, or we know our sustainability, we need to rent. The economic return is mainly okay. For example, we need to change this picture, and now it's organic certified almond crop, and we need to change. This is my farm with familiar farm in Guadix, and this is in overall the idea change this management for this because, for example, one of the most problem is the soil, the degradation of the soil, because the excessive tillage per year, and the soil lose the capacity to infiltration of the soil and erosion. And we change, I say, almond crop is mainly, but there are other crops at the same management. I explain is a productivity. We want to landscape restoration in a big grand scale, but we use regenerative agriculture as tool. But their focus is in biodiversity, soil and water management, and economic zone, because we development some business case. We in these 10 years we development mainly two business case. One for almond is Almendresa, another is Habitat, and we collaborate with other business case that is in the area, but we development other. We working in this mainly action in natural area, in inspiration, and transition to change the conventional of organic certified management to regenerative farming, and we explain the business case. In natural area, we have a plan with green corridor for biodiversity, and we working at the same time in public and private farm. Okay, it's complete, it's very difficult, but we have 3 or 4 projects about this. In agriculture area, the main problem or the main objective is change the mind of the people, because not including organic matter, tillage excessive per year, and we need to change the main at the beginning to reduce the tillage per year and increase the organic matter and biodiversity, but keep the yield, keep the productivity. There are more practice, but at the beginning, this is the list of most feasibility or profitability practice that we can implement with for technical, agronomic, and economic factor. Are green manure, cover crop, organic amendment, the pruning, and aromatic plant, and biodiversity headaches, etc. But this is some of picture of several farms. There are more than 500 farms in nowadays. For me, it's a challenge to work into all day with the farmer. But for example, this is for me is the best practice for a start, green manure, because reduce the tillage per year and increase organic matter and reduce the synthetic fertilizer or not use synthetic fertilizer. Is not necessary, because with rhizobium, not explain, but is a completely practice that is a good result. But for this is my other farm, and we can produce this biomass with a minimum rainfall, or with irrigation support in 2 times, in October, November, and other in April is enough, not more. The machine that you need to manage is different. For this reason, we developed a machine bank to sharing between farmers and reduce the cost of each farm. Cover crop, and for the cap, it's completely necessary to adapt in all conditions, not implementing green manure or cover crop in eco-scheme in all surface, all time, all year. We need to in alternative stream. Don't compete for the water or nutrient, and we are in regeneration the soil. This is a lot of we development around 30 training or workshop in field per year. This is for a project, a European project like GR Farm for Climate. We explain the benefit of this practice for farmers, and look and demonstrate, and with development several demonstrative farms. This is a picture or a video of last year with 2 irrigation support, not more. One in autumn and other in spring. This is not the roller crimper, but this is adapted with other types here in Almería, this machine. But in this case, not included the biomass we put in the surface, because in this farm, we start with regenerative practice 10 years ago. But we are start with regenerative practice is better with this machine, because the level of organic matter in the at the beginning, in the first 10 centimeter, we need to introduce into the soil in the first 20 centimeter. It's better for increased organic matter, and we use this other machine. And we developed a trial to compare the evolution of the soil with for the same practice, green manure. Excuse me. We compare the evolution between who machine management. Other practices, organic amendment, and this is a Chiribel location in the north of Almería province. Because at the beginning, you can see a lot of stone, a lot of tillage, not growing cover crop. At the beginning, we addition organic matter, and then in the next year, we start with seedling, green manure, or cover crop. The other main practice in all conditions is crush the pruning waste. And we need to a specific machine, but it's completely necessary to introduce or increase the organic matter and improve the capacity of the soil infiltration and not problem with the pest of algae. If you use this type of machine and cut all, this is the aspect of the pruning, not has any problem with any pest of disease. Other practice is planting aromatic plant. We collaborate with some business case. One of other, maybe do you know, El Jarpil. We collaborate 10 years ago when we start with ALVELAL. This is a fund with start this year to planting 42 kilometers in several farm that we combine the woody crop with aromatic plant. As for biodiversity, we improve the biodiversity and we can some income for the rent with extraction of essential oil. In this farm, we planting lavender and rosemary. Here, when we can start with other farm, design a water management, hydrologic water management. In these swales, we planting aromatic plant and completely combine perfectly. Not problem for harvest and for growing the almond crop, no problem. We organize a lot of training because in my opinion, is completely necessary because in agriculture area, in rural area, need a lot of specific advisor and help all day. If we want to change the main, you need to support all day and help, because not only a demonstrate farm, only a workshop, only a scientific project. I am research, but it's not enough only research. We need to work together with the farm all day. Demonstrative for maybe in Spain, I don't know if this machine is a lot of distributed. I only know one in Madrid, in INIA, Madrid, and other here. Two, it's not I don't see the structure of this machine, but the objective is cut the soil, but not return, but increase more than 50% of the capacity of infiltration of the soil, but don't remove the cover crop. well, it is necessary to dissemination the regenerative agriculture, not only for a specific research, not only for farmers, in the common population. For this reason, we organize for explain for the population 5 or 6 meetings in Madrid, Valencia, Barcelona, Palma de Mallorca, with an interview, not a workshop specific, an interview, and is more interested in with the people. And at the beginning, for a start, we consider that it's very important to support a small area, to help with several economic funds for the people to start with water management, with green manure, with seed, with the machine, and we have several funds to help to start with regenerative practice each year. And with the machine bank to share, because, for example, this machine, one people use, because here the average of surface of each farm is not more than 30 hectares. You don't spend 30,000 euros for this machine and only use 3 days per year or for 2 years. It's necessary to share. Now, this picture is 3 years ago when we development this project, and we collaborate with Harpy with other machine too. And I am research, and I love agriculture. We have hypotheses, but we need to demonstrate all, and not only thinking. We need to demonstrate in the farm with research. For this reason, I am technical manager of regenerative agriculture and research in ALVELAL Association. I understand we development this association together, both areas, because it's necessary both. And maybe I share the slide. If you need more information, maybe this is a carbon farming project, but in my opinion, it's necessary to adapt for each area and not development carbon farming project for a biggest area on individually. It's better development a biggest project, but included a lot of small farmers. This is the mainly of business case that work together with ALVELAL. Several data of several projects, but we increase the soil microbiology, the capacity of the soil infiltration, the quality of the almond. We developed a project where we spent 6 years with Polytechnic of Valencia to compare the quality, the biocomponent, protein and fat between conventional with high irrigation support between dryland almond. And this is some of impact data. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you. So, perhaps is alguna pregunta.
Yes, you can share my email, and if some people have some questions,
Jerónimo.
Thank you.
Okay. And in internet, in the online, is someone is.
No, I don't think there's anyone online.
No more questions.
Yeah, there are no more questions here online.
So
I think you can.
We can conclude. And we can conclude many things, but important things, 2 or 3. 2 or 3 things. So I start. To my vision from the workshop, there are some lacks. We need a more accurate data to be able to, at the European level, to say which land is marginal or not, because in projects, in research projects, and also in reality, in the mapping systems, some of the lands that are considered marginal are not marginal. In BeonNAT, for example, we have evaluated lands in Romania using the same methodologies of some projects, and there are, in theory, a lot of land with core fragment, that reduce the productivity of the land, and then there are no fragments. But in 1,000 and 1,000 hectares, so for example, so I think it's necessary. If Tomás told that the Commission is going to give more importance or more attention to the soil, but I think the Commission should start to finance more detailed data on the soil. Maps, the soil needs to be investigated in many points, not in one point each 100 kilometers. This is one of the forms to have more knowledge, general knowledge about the productivity of the lands. Then, of course, it's necessary to research, but also integrate the research in the farms. So the experience of ALVELAL is incredible, but I think this should be promoted more from the politicians, because in other places there are not ALVELALs. I am from Castilla, and in Castilla there are few ALVELALs. So why? I don't know. But perhaps this should be promoted to transfer. I don't know if the name is Extensión Agraria or what, but the transfer is necessary. And not only the transfer in Warsaw, of course, the transfer of what we are doing to the intermediate that promote the research findings in the field. And carbon farming, well, it's a possible income for the near future, but of course, we are not talking here about carbon farming, but perhaps it's interesting to know in short time how the Commission is going to pay to introduce carbon in the soil, because the soils are very poor in carbon in many places. So this is important, but again, I suppose that it's very easy to do bad things. Regulations sometimes introduce complicate ways to reach what everybody wants is to have good productivities, good soils, and maintain the productivities. So to me, it should be very important, but it's necessary, perhaps, that the associations and agricultural people that have something to say in agriculture to translate this to the Commission. Because sometimes it seems the things are prepared in levels that are very far from the real life. And few more things, if some of you want to comment something. Conclusion, we need to have a walk and then to have something to eat and conclude the workshop. So thank you very much for the attention, and people in online, that are few of them. Also thank you to attend the meeting, to attend the workshop. So Now we have a visit. The people that are here, we have a short visit to the installations of the platform. Okay, so thank you very much.
Well, I think that closes our workshop session. Thank you very much for staying with us through the entire workshop. I hope you had a nice time. And also the people that's there in Almería, well, I hope you have a great visit to the PSA installations and also the laboratory, okay? Thank you for your time and please have a good day.
Okay, Fernando, thank you for
Thank you
your
very
help.
much.
And see you soon.
See you soon.
Thank you, Anna.
And thank you, Anna, because
Of course. Thank you, Ana.
No sé si está, bueno, está